This meeting is now being recorded.
All right, so I'm going to run through the roll before we get started. So far from Massachusetts, I heard that I have Raymond Kane on the phone. Who else is on the line from Commissioners?
David Pierce.
Thank you, David. And then from Rhode Island, I heard Dave Borden. Do I have any other Rhode Island Commissioners on the line?
Bob Ballou.
All right. Thanks, Bob.
Emerson Hasbrook.
Oh, okay. Haven't gone to your state, but thank you, Emerson.
Oh, sorry, I just got out.
I'm going to just go through you by the states. It's all good. Then moving down from Connecticut, I have Mark Alexander and Justin Davis on the phone. Are there any other Connecticut Commissioners on the line?
No, they're not.
Okay, thank you. From New York, I have Jim Gilmore on the phone and Emerson, and then John Maniscalco is filling in as the TC chair today, so I also have him on the line. Are there any other New York Commissioners on the phone? Thank you. From New Jersey, so far I heard Tom and Tom on the line. Adam, are you there?
Yes, Adam is here also. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. From Delaware, I heard Roy on the line. Are there other Delaware Commissioners on the phone?
Sue Mickles is here for John.
Thanks, Sue. From Maryland, I heard Mike Luisi. Is there anybody else on the line? All right. Is there anybody on the line from PRSC?
It's Marty.
Hey, Marty, thank you. From Virginia, I heard Rob O'Reilly on the line. Anybody else? Okay. Moving on from North Carolina, I heard Doug Brady and Chris Fatsavage. Anybody else?
You also have David Bush.
Great, thanks, David. I have Sherry White on the line from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and I have both Mike and John Bullard on the line from NOAA Fisheries, Mike Penny. All right. So just a little bit of housekeeping. For those of you that are on cell phones, if you could mute your line using your cell phone while we have the conversation, if you're not talking, or those of you that are on landlines that don't have the ability to mute your line, we can do it through our conference call system, and all you have to do is hit *6. Just please remember that if you're outside, wind blowing, or if you're near at your desk and you're shuffling paper or you're eating your lunch, it's very easy to pick up those noises, and it becomes very distracting for the call, and sometimes it makes it difficult for folks who are actually speaking, for other folks to hear those individuals. So please do so, and if it becomes if there's too many disturbances, we'll mute everybody's line from our side. And then I think from there, Mike, we're ready to have you take things away. As I said before, John Maniscalco is here from the TC to go through the TC report when we get to that point, since Greg is not available today.
Okay, thanks, Tony. One question before we start.
Yep.
I'm looking at my right now. When somebody raises their hand, will I get to see who's raising their hand, or is that going to be from your end?
I think it's from my end only.
Okay. Can you just help me then when we get to the point when we need to call on people for comments or questions? I'll just turn it to you guys to handle that portion of the meeting, if that's okay.
Will do. And if there are folks, commissioners that are on the phone that are not on the webinar, then I think you'll just have to sort of speak up to say you want to ask a question. And if I miss you somehow, please speak up as well if I don't get to somebody that has their hand raised.
Okay, well, thanks, Tony. And with all of that said, I'd like to call the meeting of the Summer Flounder Scup Black Sea Bass Management Board conference call to order. Today is May 22nd, 2017. My name is Mike Luisi, and I'll be chairing the meeting today. I am from the state of Maryland. So with that said, I know that all of you know why we're here today. This is a follow-up to our board meeting just a couple weeks ago when we were presented board with a proposal from New Jersey, a conservation equivalency proposal to the option 5 that we selected for some Flounder rec management in 2017 back in February. So we are going to hear New Jersey's going to at some point go back through, give us a quick overview of what we heard a few weeks ago at the board meeting, and then we're going to get the technical committee report, because if you all remember, the approval of the board essentially said that it would approve the measures based on a technical committee report and evaluation, and then a subsequent follow-up by the board, which is why we were on the call today. I lost my screen. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's go to number 2 on the agenda, approval of the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the agenda? Any additions, subtractions from the agenda? Any opposition to the agenda as it stands? If so, just speak up. Hearing nothing, we'll consider the agenda approved by consent. On to public comment. For items that are not on the agenda, we're going to offer a few brief minutes here for any of the members of the public who are on the call. If you would like to speak up as to providing public comment at this time, please do.
This is Mark Hoffman.
Okay, Mark.
Regard to black sea bass and MRIP, I understand in Wave 6 of 2016, New York went over by 10 times the amount they caught the previous year. It seems to be an identical situation that we had 2 years ago when we were about to, just this time 2 years ago, we were about to take an emergency cut on sea bass because New York's Wave 4 was 10 times over, even though it's physically impossible for all our boats to carry that many people. If they maxed out, couldn't catch that many fish. And then MRIP got on the line and said, well, it's because we only took a small sample that numbers were skewed, and they only took 18 charter boat trips and used that as the basis for the whole state for the year, and the whole thing was thrown out, and we basically adjourned the meeting. We have the same situation. MRIP now, New York is providing the manpower, as I understand it, but MRIP is assigning the assignments as to where they go, and constantly going out to Montauk, where other parts of the state didn't catch many fish and had very few people out fishing in Wave 6. And so the numbers, again, are grossly distorted. In fact, I think it was Greg from the technical committee 2 years ago who jumped up and said, just catching 10 times what we caught the year before is a red flag that numbers can't be right. But we acted on them anyway, and we took a cut. We've got to do something about MRIP sampling. From what I understand, instead of the small sample they took before, now they're taking small samples but taking them more often. I think all we're doing is making more inaccuracies. And when we see numbers that are so out of whack that can't be right, it's wrong to act on them and penalize the coast for numbers that are so ridiculous they're out of whack. It just can't be true. And we've got to work on the methodology with MRIP. It has to be reworked. I don't know if there's anybody from MRIP on the line right now, but it's got to be looked at. So,
okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your comments on that, Mark. Appreciate it. Are there any other members of the public that would like to offer comment to items that aren't on the agenda? Okay, hearing no other members of the audience, let's go ahead and move on to item number 4, which is the purpose of the call. Agenda number 4 is to consider New Jersey's proposal on 2017 summer flounder recreational measures. This will be a final action. And before we talk about the process for action that will need to be taken, I'm going to turn the mic here over to Tom Baum, who's going to give us a brief overview of the proposal that New Jersey submitted for review. Tom?
Thank you, Mike. It's, again, I want to thank the ASMFC and all the board for agreeing to meet. I know it was quite an undertaking, and also the technical committee. You know, a couple of weeks ago in Alexandria, you know, that was one of the concerns is how we, you know, what's the whole, you know, what's the process for this, and can you pull it together? Well, you certainly have, and I do want to thank you for that and everybody involved. So back a couple of weeks ago, New Jersey, we did have a, you know, propose an alternate proposal based on conservation equivalency in reference to Addendum 28 and Option 5, which we felt, you know, really hurt not only our anglers, but most of our businesses along the shore and the tourist industry. So, we went and our commissioners, we filed an appeal. That appeal was heard and tabled at the last meeting based on today's outcome. So we decided to try a new methodology, not just harvest reduction. We've been doing harvest reduction for quite some time, and we run into these problems. We ran into so many problems. We tried to fix it with regional management, and it seems like it worked for a little bit, but it seems to always penalize someone, and we're in that seat now. So other than the Option 5 from Addendum 28 that was approved, the 19 inches, 3 fish in 128 days, New Jersey is proposing an 18-inch size limit with a 3 fish bag limit and a 104-day season. So we're going the route of constraining the season, and also a subnote in there, we plan on having our shore-based only mode, our enhanced fishing opportunity for shore-based fishery at Island Beach State Park. That would be a 16-inch size limit, 16-inch size limit, 2 fish, and the same season, 104-day season, May 25 to September 5th. And in Delaware Bay, we would have an 17-inch size limit with 3 fish and the 104-day season. So those are for the whole coast, the 18 inches, 3 fish, 105 days, and those other ones for Island Beach Shore Mode and Delaware Bay only. Technical committee met, and we'll hear their report a little later. So our option, when compared to our measures from Addendum Option 5, Addendum 28, that 19-inch size limit, we found them when we factored in using a total mortality methodology. We factored in how many fish would die in that 18 to 19-inch range that would be caught, that are available, and then when released with the 10% discard mortality. Going to an 18-inch size limit, or really staying at the 18-inch size limit, that would be more conservative than going up to 19 inches. We would kill that many less fish. And you know, in our original proposal, we said we're going to reduce that mortality rate from 10% to 8% using, you know, a outreach blitz to the anglers, the angler community, the bait, and all the businesses, the for-hire businesses, and the bait and tackle shops. And obviously we would provide the numerous outreach materials, but also hooks for the fishermen. I've heard plenty of for-hire captains say those English-style hooks, if anyone knows what I'm referring to, they lead to gut hooking, and they want them to get rid of. So if we go through with this outreach blitz providing 50 to 100,000 hooks, 50,000 to 100,000 hooks to the bait and tackle shops and the for hire industry. We'll be limiting the use of those English hooks, providing larger hooks. There was a study that was presented at a Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council meeting. The authors were Carl Benson and the other person was James Salerno, and they presented basically using these larger sized J hooks, reduced discard mortality and basically reduced gut hooking of summer flounder, of sublegal summer flounder. So moving on, we'll hear the technical committee report. I do want to provide an update. Last Wednesday, May 17th, our New Jersey Marine Fisheries Council met to take action on this year's measures for New Jersey. And the first action they had to do was rescind a January motion they passed that New Jersey remain at our 2016 measures. So they ended up rescinding that motion, and they passed another motion to recommend to the commissioner to have an 18-inch size limit in a 104-day season from May 25th to September 5th, and also there's other enhanced fishing opportunities for the shore-based mode for Island Beach State Park only, and also the other measures, the 17-inch size limit in Delaware Bay. They passed that motion, and on Friday, the commissioners signed that notice. But right now, our summer flounder season, which would have opened on May 21st if no action was taken, postponed to this Thursday, May 25th. It's slated to open, and that was passed. And to get these regulations in place, provide clarity to our anglers. And,
hey, Tom, could I interrupt? It's Jim Gilmore. There's a lot of interference in the background. We're having trouble hearing you now.
All right. So I would recommend someone mute their mic.
Yeah. If you're talking in the background, we can hear you right now. Please hit *6 to mute your phone. The only people whose phone should not be muted right now is Tom Baum. Thank you.
Hey, Jim, is this any more clearer?
Yeah, it's very good now. The interference is gone. Go ahead, Tom. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for pointing that out. So our measures are in place at the moment, and that was, again, to provide clarity to our anglers and to prevent the season from opening too early. Again, you know, for the proposal and for the calculations, we used both an 8% and 10% discard mortality rate. The TC only looked at the 10% mortality rate, but again, this outreach blitz that we're going to do is we'll promote Noah's Fish Mart and Take Me Fishing apps through social media or Facebook. We'll use our registry emails. We'll send out 130,000 emails, basically teaching people how to their fishing behavior, how to handle fish, how to release them with care. We'll have a video for smartphone usage, and also the for-hire fleet will be able to play them on for each trip that they take. Local radio, we'll have brochures at all the docks, all the bait and tackle shops, brochures and posters, and it's just a media blitz. And again, like I said, the department is committed to providing 50,000 to 100,000 hooks to New Jersey's anglers. And I'll wrap up and take any questions that any board members may have.
Okay, thanks, Tom, for stepping back through that. So I just want to make sure we're all clear. So at this time right now, on your books in New Jersey, you guys have the proposed measures that are on the screen right now are what New Jersey has on the books for regulations for 2017. And that season will open on Thursday this week.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so does anyone have any questions for Tom? And this is the point in the discussion. If you do have a question, I'd ask if you could raise your hand, and Tony can call on you. I can't see who raises their hand, but we'll give everybody a second here. And Tony, please feel free to just manage those individuals who have questions for Tom.
Stu, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you. Tom, did you guys give any consideration to developing some kind of regulation that would actually require a specific hook type and size that might be more quantifiable, you know, in the savings? This is especially as it pertains to that study that you cited.
Yeah, I believe the only gear requirements, regulations we have in place are in the Delaware River for the striped bass spawning season. We wanted the buy-in from the anglers, and I believe with the with our outreach blitz, the media blitz, and providing them the gear, the tackle, that we can accomplish that without going through regulation.
Thanks.
Marty, you had a question?
Thanks, Tony, and thank you, Tom, for your presentation. My question is regarding the varying minimum sizes, and have you had discussions with your enforcement folks, and could you comment on that and how comfortable they feel with those varying minimum sizes in those discrete geographic areas you described? Thank you.
Yeah, Marty. So I'll start with the shore-based enhanced fishing opportunity at Island Beach State Park. This will be the fourth year of this program. Island Beach State Park is a barrier island that's not developed. There's one way on and one way off by land. In the past, our monitoring there, I think the first year or two, there was approximately 200 fish that were harvested that were less than that 18-inch size limit, at that 16-inch size limit. Our enforcement officers are used to this, and besides our conservation officers, it's a state park, so there is park police also there, and they're, this being the fourth year of the program, they're well aware of this regulation and the restrictive bag limit. And so as far as that 16-inch size limit in that one site, there's no enforcement issues. For Delaware Bay, last year was the first year of that program. It's pretty specific in our regulations. Basically, if they're fishing in Delaware Bay and going to harvest that smaller fish, that 17-inch fish, when they're done fishing and before they transit out of Delaware Bay, they got to stow their gear and their tackle. If they happen to be at another marina not in Delaware Bay. So when we developed our regulations for our Delaware Bay measures, our enforcement office was, we developed them with their input, with our enforcement officers' input. And for Delaware Bay, those overall landings are not large. I believe estimates were like 8,000 fish were harvested.
I appreciate that, Tom. Thank you.
Mike, that was everyone that had their hand raised.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with those questions clarified, let's go ahead and move on to the second part of agenda item for the technical committee report. John, thanks for stepping in to give the report today, and whenever you're ready, go ahead and start.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Maniscalco. I'm a technical committee member from New York, and I'll be going over the technical committee review of the New Jersey proposal. That's a new slide. So I'll just briefly go over, there we go. Thank you.
Where you want to be?
Sure.
We can keep going. This is what was in, is this not it?
Yeah.
It was dated May 16th. Is that the correct one?
Hold on here. And show. Is that where you want to start?
Yes. Unless, I mean, I feel as if the board has kind of been exposed to this up until this point. So the TC was asked to review the New Jersey proposal and evaluate the projected 2017 harvest and harvest reduction from 2016 associated with the proposed measures against those specified for New Jersey in Addendum 28 for 2017 recreational summer flounder management. Next slide, please. So the New Jersey proposal was based upon a different concept, as Tom Baum has already explained, and the TC focused primarily on the 18-inch, 3-fish, 104-day measures that would be in place in the majority of New Jersey. Harvest from Delaware Bay and their single shore site has been minimal in recent years. The New Jersey proposal considered total recreational fishery removals relative to 2016 estimates. So that includes both harvested fish and dead discards. And the proposal was trying to reduce discard mortality through an 18-inch size limit and angler education outreach. The state of New Jersey was concerned that under Addendum 28, Option 5, the number of fish discarded dead would actually be larger than the number of fish harvested by its anglers. Next slide. So in reviewing the proposal, first we kind of went over the mathematical approach taken by New Jersey. The original proposal used preliminary MRP harvest estimates. The proposal was submitted prior to the final data being released in May. It utilized New Jersey Volunteer Angler Survey data to estimate discard to kept ratios. And finally, it assumed that education and outreach would decrease the discard mortality rate from 10% to 8%. During the TC review, we updated some of that data and changed some of the data used and the assumptions made. We used final MRP harvest estimates. We also derived a discard to kept ratio from 2016 final MRP data versus the VOS data. There's concerns on the TC that we do not know how representative the New Jersey VOS data is. And whereas we don't always love MRP, we do know where it comes from, and we feel that it is representative of the entire New Jersey fishing population. We did look at our sample size, though, and the VOS data does have a significant number of lengths, but nonetheless, we don't know how representative it is of New Jersey. And finally, the TC did not accept the discard mortality decrease of 10% to 8% due to the inability to quantify this change and lack of a detailed approach to do so. So for our analysis, we used the standard 10% discard mortality rate. Next slide, please. So the top two layers of this chart show the proposal as submitted by New Jersey originally, in which case they showed that total removal, so that's harvested fish and the dead discarded fish, would decrease by 30% relative to 2016, whereas under Addendum 28, Option 5, so that would be 19 inches, 3 fish, and 128 days, total removals would have only been reduced by 14%. After making the adjustments that I already spoke about, MRP final data, discard ratios being that come from MRP, and not applying an 8% discard mortality rate, the story is a bit different. Under Addendum 28, the total removals relative to 2016 would be an 18% reduction, while under the New Jersey proposal, it would be a 21% reduction. Next slide, please. So one of the issues that TC had with the analysis is how to quantify discards after the closed season. The New Jersey proposal tried to account for all fishing removals, not just harvest. But when they reduced the season from 128 to 104 days, the proposal didn't address the discards that occurred after the season was closed. The discard method used in the proposal calculations assumes essentially a knife-edge shutoff for fishery discards. So once harvest stopped, there would be no more fish that were caught and discarded. The TC did an on-the-fly alternative analysis that showed discard mortality during the closed season could be important. New Jersey technical staff did counter with a discard looking at discards over time, and did show that summer flounder discard numbers declined dramatically in October relative to September. And the TC believes that the answer probably lies somewhere in the middle of the original New Jersey proposal and this later analysis, but we haven't had the time to actually conduct that analysis at this time. So there's a great degree of uncertainty regarding the impact of discards after the season closes. Next slide, please. So looking strictly at a comparison of harvest using our standard methodology, at the top of the 2016 measures, the New Jersey proposal of 18 inches, 3 fish in 104 days results in a harvest of about 600,000 fish, and that's a harvest reduction relative to 2016 of about 21%. Whereas ASMSC Addendum 28 Option 5, 19 inches, 3 fish in 128 days, results in a harvest of 505,000 fish and a harvest reduction relative to 2016 of 33%. Next slide, please. So a brief review, or summary, I should say. After the data used in the analysis was changed, the differences between the New Jersey proposal and Addendum 28 Option 5 total removals decreased to the point where there was only a 3% difference between the two proposed measures. Discard mortality decrease couldn't be quantified, but the TC was in favor of the angler outreach efforts to reduce dead discards. New Jersey cited a number of papers talking about when to remove a hook and when to just cut the line, and also the impact of essentially dead stick fishing and allowing the fish to swallow. Any angler outreach that resulted in successfully reducing the number of dead discards would be a benefit to the population. It's just not capable of quantifying at this time. The influence of discards after season closure was uncertain, and more work on this issue was necessary for us to be able to say with any kind of confidence whether or not the proposals were equivalent. Under a harvest-only scenario, the New Jersey proposal reduced harvest by about 21% versus the 33% under Option 5 in Addendum 28. Next slide, please. The TC noted that total removals versus harvest is a very different standard of evaluation for New Jersey relative to the evaluation other states experienced, and the timing of this proposal makes it difficult for other states to consider the new standard relative to their own measures. The increase by harvest by New Jersey from 505,000 to 599,000 could threaten the ability of the states to constrain harvest to the 2017 RHL coastwide. But the TC did want to make it clear that managing total removals instead of by harvest alone is a potential improvement to the current approach, but it warrants further refinement before it can be incorporated into management. And it's similar to other more holistic approaches, such as perhaps a fishing mortality-based management scheme. And the TC wanted to note that the council had recently sent out an RFP to do exactly that, looking at a F-based management of summer flounder. Next slide, please. And finally, this is just for your information. Under final MRIP numbers that became available in May, the the reduction associated with option 5 hasn't really changed. It remains at approximately 32%. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you, John, for your presentation of the TC report. While people are raising their hands and giving some thoughts or questions they may have for you, I wonder if you could expand just a little bit more on what the TC discussed regarding the idea that there's a potential for this, I guess the media blitz portion of the proposal, and that there was, as I read through the report, it seemed as if the TC felt that this is a new way, an out-of-the-box way of thinking, but ultimately came to the conclusion that more work would be needed. As far as more work, I mean, in your thoughts, what would this require? Are we talking a couple meetings? Or, does the TC plan at this time to keep the idea that New Jersey's presented as something that will be on their agenda for future discussions, so that maybe we all could share in the use of that as a tool for the future? I just wonder if you could expand a little bit more on what the TC discussed.
Sure, Mike. So there's a very real potential to be able to reduce the discard mortality rate through education. There has been several peer-reviewed articles that show that there are certain things that are done by anglers that leads to increased mortality. Utilizing circle hooks, not allowing fish to swallow a hook, and when a hook is swallowed or there's a bad hook, it's better for the fish to cut the line than to try to remove your hook. So those are simple things anglers could do that would likely increase survival and lower discard mortality rates. The problem TC had with the New Jersey proposal was that it specified a decrease in that rate from 10% to 8%, and we didn't know how that that was calculated in the first place, and then how you would be able to actually quantify that impact in reality. So that was our concern with the discard mortality rate as applied to this calculation.
Okay.
In terms of the bigger, broader picture, this is a good idea, and it's a more holistic approach that maybe, moving on in the future, our measures should be, measured against. One of the problems that we noted is that we are still managing by an RHL, and discards are taken off in the catch limit setting, and ultimately we are assigned an RHL as our target. And this would require, considering discards and discard mortality kind of in a different place in setting catch limits. So there's kind of some large picture adjustments that would have to be made to the way we manage before we could utilize this. But again, it is more it's more holistic. It's considering all aspects of mortality. But then again, the fishing mortality-based approach might also get at this kind of thinking.
Yeah. Okay. But you think that there's a possibility that future work by the TC could maybe get you could develop a little more certainty around the idea of education and outreach as factoring into reduced mortality. That's the sense that I got anyway from the report, that additional consideration by the TC could tighten in your minds, the uncertainty that currently exists.
There were a couple of aspects of uncertainty in the New Jersey proposal. So how to quantify the impact of angler outreach, that's a large question. I think, to really do it well, you need both before and after. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure how easy that would be for the TC to just come up with, although certainly we could do a thorough literature review. And then there's the other thing that we would need to look at, Mike, is the impact of the closed season and just how many fish are being discarded once the targeted fisheries over. That was another large question because discards are an order of magnitude larger in numbers of fish than harvested fish. So anything applied to 6 million fish versus 600,000 fish is going to have a very large impact on our ability to determine equivalency.
Okay. All right. Thanks, John. Okay. So again, I can't see people's hands. So Tony, if you could begin by calling on some folks for questions for John.
Will do. First on the list is Chris Bat-Savage, and then followed up with Rob O'Reilly.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, John, for the presentation. Did the technical committee talk about potential behavioral changes that inevitably occur with any kind of regulation changes? And by that I mean with the higher size limit that Addendum 28 has in place for New Jersey, I guess there's a chance that just some anglers may target other species or just not go fishing due to the difficulty in catching the 19-inch summer flounder. So was the I guess the analysis that you reviewed and in your analysis assumed that that angler participation was going to stay the same, and if so, how would that, if it changed, how would that impact the total mortality estimates? Thanks.
So these are the kinds of intangibles that are really very, very difficult to quantify. So I wouldn't say we explicitly considered any of those things. So certainly, I think anytime regulations get more restrictive, you do have the potential for fewer anglers to go fishing or for anglers to not do more than a couple of trips once they get frustrated. But none of this was quantified in any of our analyses.
Rob.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, John. I guess my question is that towards the end, you had a 20.5% reduction for New Jersey, and in parentheses, I think it said harvest only. And I was looking on page 4, and it's total dead harvested plus dead discard, the removals, and it's 21%. Am I thinking of that correctly? That the harvest only was 20.5%, and then the removals altogether were 21.5% with the 2016 MRIP added in.
So Rob, that's just bad luck that the numbers came out so similar. So under New Jersey's proposal, the reduction in harvest, so that would be our standard measure of monitoring recreational harvest. Numbers of fish landed is 20.6%. Now, I believe the 21% you're referring to is actually the total removals. So that would be harvested fish plus dead discards relative to harvested fish plus dead discards that occurred in 2016. So they're different numbers in that they represent different things, but they just came out to be very similar in magnitude.
Okay, thank you for that.
Are there any other questions for John?
Yes, I do have one.
Okay.
This is Tom Baum. I have a couple.
Okay. Go ahead, Tom.
Just to start with, just to make a point about the previous question about quantifying the impact of our media blitz as far as fish handling and angler behavior, the department is committed to putting out another survey to our 130,000 email list that we do have as far as the saturation rate for this survey for the media blitz. so basically the survey will go, were you contacted? Did your fishing behavior change? How do how was your experience with releasing summer flounder, using all the tools that were provided via this outreach program. So I want to get that in there. And just as far as quantifying our efforts, the first question I have is for John. The uncertainty and the need for the more work for the technical committee stems from inclusion of our out-of-season discards, which is also new. So has the TC ever considered these out-of-season discards before, and has it ever used this as a criteria to evaluate the state's reduction analysis, again, prior to this?
Thanks for the question, Tom. So this analysis, or the concept or the issue, came up as one of the TC members had reservations because the New Jersey proposal was trying to consider all fishing removals and not just harvest. It wasn't complete without considering the discards that might occur after the season was closed. So we haven't applied this concept to prior proposals because this is the first time, at least in my experience as a TC member, that we've been trying to evaluate a proposal based upon not only the harvest but also the numbers of dead fish discarded.
And then, so before accounting for these closed seasons, New Jersey's proposal would have been conservation equivalently. And that table 2, they still shows that, we have a 21% decrease compared to the measures, more conservative to the measures that are in the addendum, that 18% reduction that option 5 does for the addendum. We're using the word uncertainty again. It comes up a lot, and even the TC, they're trying to figure out, well, where is it? It's somewhere in the middle. Well, maybe not. So that word uncertainty, and I'll say this again, Dr. Borman, we want to be certain about the uncertainty, and we're not certain about the uncertainty. Thank you, John.
Tony, does anyone else have their hands raised?
That was all of the commissioners that had their hands raised at this time.
Okay. So what I'd like to do, if there are no further questions, we need to turn to taking action as a board. Just for the members of the audience that are participating on the webinar, once we get to the point in time when we have a motion and we have some discussion of that motion by the commissioners, time dependent, I'm going to allow for a couple, we'll see what kind of time we have. We're going to stick to the agenda of we have a 2 o'clock cutoff time for this discussion. So audience, you may get an opportunity to weigh in, so please stay tuned for that. So with questions being answered, I'd like to at this time look to the board for what you'd prefer. What I'd like to do is take up a motion for either approving or denying Jersey's 2017 proposal as presented today. And I'll entertain a motion when anyone's ready.
Yes. This is Tom Baum again.
Okay, Tom.
I'd like to move to approve New Jersey's conservation equivalent proposal for the 2017 recreational summer flounder measures. And I don't know if staff can bring up what we had before as far as those measures went. And it would be for an 18-inch size limit, 3 fish possession limit, and 104-day season, May 25th through September 5th. And then Should I wait for the other for the slide to come up, or should I continue, Mike?
You want seconds, Mike?
Yeah, Tony, I'll look to you guys as to how you want to do this, as far as putting on the board what the motion is.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I think we realize, Tom, that you're moving to approve the option as presented when you gave your update earlier.
Okay, I'll move that then, Mike. What you just said, I'll move to approve New Jersey's proposal as presented today.
Okay, and so I'll wait to get clarification to make sure that Tony or Bob are clear on that motion and when you're ready, if you can put something on the screen, I'll look for a second after we can all see it. So Tom, if you can look that over and make sure that is the motion that you'd like to make today.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So Tom's made the motion that we can all see. Do I have a second on the motion by Mr. Baum? And if you're ready, if you want to second it, you can either call out or raise your hand and Tony can call on you.
It'd be easier if they called out.
Okay, so we'll give you a second in case you're on mute. Do I have a second for the motion that we see in front of us here today? Okay, hearing no one seconding your motion, Tom, the motion fails for a lack of second.
There's no second to that motion?
I've given it about 30 seconds here, and I didn't get anyone voicing whether or not nobody spoke up. I didn't hear anyone. I'll call one last time since we are on a webinar. Is there anyone that would like to second Tom's motion as we see it here today, based on the presented proposal for 2017 conservation equivalency recreational measures for New Jersey for summer flounder? All right, hearing nothing, I'll go ahead and again call this motion failing for a lack of a second. We do need to take a final action on this today, so would there be any other commissioners interested in presenting another motion for the board?
Yeah, Michael, if I may, it's David. I can't raise my hand because I'm not on the webinar.
Okay, go ahead.
A question for you.
Yes.
I believe that the way the motion was made at the board, if conservationally equivalent measures are not approved, then New Jersey needs to implement those other measures. And then, of course, the commission moves forward with a noncompliance finding. So do we need any kind of a motion now since there are no conservationally equivalent measures to be approved?
Well, let me ask Bob. Bob, would you prefer the board take action on this proposal, or is by not approving the action, is it the same as denying the action?
Thanks, Mike. The latter is more the case. By not approving the proposal submitted by New Jersey, that's essentially the board taking action to indicate they felt that the proposed measures were not conservationally equivalent to the Addendum 28 Option 5 standard. So the board does not have to take affirmative action or definitive action to deny this proposal, essentially.
Okay, so understanding that because we did not approve it, it's not approved as a conservation equivalent measure. Therefore, while New Jersey has those measures which were not approved currently in place for their state, we would default to the option 5 measures as being those for which New Jersey would be in compliance through implementation of those measures. So we are at the point in time with that, unless there's anybody that has a question that we need to clarify, where, you know, and I'm of the understanding at this time right now that the action that we just took by not approving New Jersey's proposal was not the final action for noncompliance. And while the policy board did take up the discussion the day after our board meeting a couple weeks ago at the spring meeting, there were caveats in the policy board's motion regarding our conversation here today. So again, Bob, I'll look to you. I know that Garfo has some thoughts regarding the non-compliance finding, whether or not the board, if we need to re-recommend to the policy board a second consideration based on our finding that, or based on the fact that we did not approve the conservation equivalency proposal. Is that what you'd like to have from the board at this time? Another recommendation to the policy board?
Mike, this is Bob. I don't think the full commission agreed with your interpretation. You know, the commission passed the motion and intentionally worded it the way they did, which essentially says, you know, New Jersey had to take a certain action by May 21st, and if that action had not occurred or an equivalent measure approved by the Summer Flounder Board had not occurred by May 21st, they were out of compliance. So the full commission did not intend for it to come back, you know, didn't intend for the noncompliance motions to need to go back through the full cycle of Summer Flounder Board, Policy Board, full commission. You know, my understanding of that conversation was that, you know, pending this review by the Tech Committee and action by this board, if New Jersey didn't have a proposal or a set of regulations in place consistent with something approved by the Summer Flounder Board, then they were out of compliance. And I didn't, you know, we didn't hear anything from the service or anyone at the policy board or the full commission meeting indicating, you know, that process was concerning or inappropriate.
Yep, Michael, this is David again. I agree with Bob. As a matter of fact, if you look at the news release that was put out by ASMFC relative to this decision, you'll see that what Bob has just said is described in that news release.
Okay. Yes, and I'm of that understanding. So at this time, unless we hear differently, we do not need to take any further action. Although there has been a suggestion from Garfo, and perhaps maybe this is an opportunity for Garfo to chime in regarding their interpretation of how we would move forward, whether it be the species board meeting here today or the commission through the policy board. Based on Bob's interpretation, we stand at a point now where no further action is needed based on the policy board's decision and motion at the spring meeting.
So, Mike, this is Mike Petney.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
I didn't raise my hand. Sorry about that. Yeah. So our opinion, our interpretation is a little different than what Bob just reported. So the way we look at this in terms of, you know, the final action from the commission, which would then presumably be a letter to the Secretary of Commerce, we're looking for the commission to act on the facts as they exist today, which are different from what they were the last time the commission took this issue up. So in our view of this, the commission in full would need to reaffirm the noncompliance finding that it made 2 weeks ago based on the current set of facts, which include, for example, that New Jersey has implemented measures that are different from what were on the books 2 weeks ago.
And I'd say, David, again, I disagree with Mike with that. It says very clearly, and this is the reflected in the motion. If conservationally equivalent measures are not approved, New Jersey will need to implement the following measures by May 21st, or the Commission will move forward with a noncompliance finding regarding New Jersey's failure to implement Addendum 28's required management measures. So we don't need to go back to the policy board. We don't need anything more from the Commission. And we made that decision at the last ASMFC meeting.
Mike, this is Bob Beal. Can I ask the Garfo folks a question?
You know, this is getting to the point where, you know, I'm going to look to you for guidance. You know, I do in reading the motion. I was not at the policy board, but in reading the motion I'm looking at right now, it is clear to me that the intention was that if those measures for which we did not approve today since we did not approve them, then this would hold true. But go ahead, Bob. If you want to speak directly to Garfo, that's fine.
Yeah, a question for Mike Pentney, I guess. Are you saying essentially if ASMFC were to submit letters to the Secretary based on the action they've currently taken, is there a potential for those letters to be sort of bounced right back to us saying these letters are invalid because the full Commission didn't take a subsequent action based on, you know, the Summer Flounder Board's decision today?
That's correct, Bob. That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
All right. Well, okay. That slows us down a bit. You know, if we had heard that before the call, since 70% of the policy board members are on the call, we could have facilitated that pretty quickly here during this call. So you know, if those letters are just going to get bounced back to us, and that would slow down the process, which isn't what the full Commission, when they voted, that's not what they envisioned. You know, I'm not sure where we go from here. You know, I don't know if we can. You know, it seems process-wise, it doesn't seem very efficient to send you guys letters and have them bounce back if that's what you're telling us. But it's also not very efficient to reconvene another conference call and of the Commission and of the board, or of the policy board and the full Commission to take action on something they feel they've already taken action on. So I guess I can consult with our chair and see how he would like to proceed.
Hey, Bob, this is Dave Borden.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, or I should say Mike. This is a question for Bob. If we pass the same motion today but change the May 21st date to May 22nd, then could the policy board take up the issue via fax poll?
That is an option, and yeah, you know, it seems, based on the feedback we just received from Garfo, it does make sense for this board to sort of reinitiate the noncompliance process today, which would be essentially what you said, David, taking action again on the noncompliant motion, making a new recommendation to the policy board for noncompliant compliance action by the policy board to be forwarded to the full Commission. You know, if that's the direction this board chooses to go, and I'm not pushing any direction on this. I'm just reacting and responding to what the way the conversation went at the full Commission about 10 days ago. But it does make sense, maybe, you know, if we're going to go back down this road of noncompliance, step one would be this board taking a new action recommending to the policy board that New Jersey be found out of compliance.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not sure which is the correct path, although we just heard that by not taking any additional action here today, there will likely be a delay of letter writing back and forth to one another between the Commission and the service. What's the pleasure of the board as far as providing another recommendation to the policy board on this action?
It's Jim Gilmore. Let me ask if we go with Dave Borden had suggested, and we essentially do a new motion with a different date, and we do this by email ballot or whatever. I'm assuming we'd be able to do that by the end of this week.
Jim, this is Bob. If it's okay if I jump in here, Mike.
Please. Yeah.
Yeah. I would. My next move after we get off this call is I would probably consult with you, Jim, as the vice chair, and Doug Grad as the chair to see if you folks are comfortable with moving through a non-compliance finding via fax vote. And if you're comfortable with that, we can do it. And if not, we can reconvene a conference call, the full commission, or the policy board and the full commission, potentially by the end of this week as well. So, I don't want to presume what the next step would be, but in order to get either one of those paths moving, this board would need to take action today.
Okay, so Bob.
This is John Flint, or I can't raise my hand either, but if I could just say one thing, New Jersey and other states, as we go forward, are putting rules in place. So on the question of time, it's not as if no one's got measures in place. So I think the important thing here is to make sure we go through the steps correctly, because the implications of these actions are pretty difficult decisions. So we want to make sure we take the steps correctly. But in the meantime, measures are being put in place by all the states. Not as if they're not, people are waiting to have measures in place. So we do have time to take the correct steps.
And John, this is Bob. Yeah, I'm not trying to short circuit the process at all. I think you're right. This is an important deal. There are regulations in place. All my comments are based on my interpretation and listening to the conversation at the full commission 10 days ago. So, I agree. There are, New Jersey does have regs in place, and in fact, our fishery is not open right now. But it seemed that the commission had set a course in action, and then we received new information today from Garfo staff indicating that the action that the commission had put in place doesn't work. So that's what I'm trying to react to and try to pick apart what the commission intended to do and balance out the new information that we just received.
But understand, Bob, but at the end of that meeting, when those motions were being done, it was also on everyone's part, a little bit seat of the pants, and it was taking us also a little bit of time to digest the best way to go forward. And Mike's point is you want to make sure you're acting on current information, and current information is, New Jersey has the plans in place, and the TC has analyzed that and has filed a report. None of that existed when that vote was taken in Alexandria.
That's fair as well. I don't know if I'd agree characterizing it as seat of the pants. I mean, I think the wording of those motions was very deliberately crafted the way it was, and the commission's done very similar things in the past, and the compliance findings have gone forward. They've
I didn't mean seat of the pants, but
okay. But the commission has taken action where if certain events don't occur by a date certain, letters would be sent to the secretaries, and the commission's done that multiple times in the past, and so I guess that's the precedent that the full commission was using kind of last week. But if there's new information, and there's I understand new administration and other things going on here. then we need to follow the right steps, which, you know, if we need to reinitiate that, a motion would be required by this group today.
Okay, so let me just say here, Bob, I think it would be best we took action today in making a recommendation to the policy board, and then you and Doug and Jim can work out how that follow-up action would be. I know that when we made the initial recommendation to the policy board 10 days ago or 9 days ago, it was quite a long motion. It contained a lot of detail in it. But I'm wondering if, based on our conversation today, we could simply, as the species board, move to make a recommendation to the ISFMP policy board that they find the state of New Jersey out of compliance based on the findings of the summer flounder black sea bass Scup board and technical committee review as presented on May 22nd, 2017. Is something simple like that enough to give you, is it enough to chew on, or do we need to craft that kind of long-winded recommendation to the policy board?
I think we know we need to go with the long-winded approach. You know, there's very specific things that need to be included in those motions. And while we were all kind of debating process here, Tony's dug out the motion from the last policy board and has doctored it up to I think, be current. I haven't read it yet. But so she's going to put that up. Should you know, the board want to use this? This is not staff recommending you go this route. It's up to the summer flounder board. But it's just, if the board wants to go this route, I think this motion should cover it.
The only thing that I would need, Mike, is a date.
Okay.
That part I did not fill in.
Okay.
Is this large enough for folks to see?
I can see it fine. So okay. I do believe that based on the conversation, I think, given that the service has indicated that a letter, if written by the commission, would be returned upon receipt, and we would have to go back through this process all over again. I'll look to the board if anyone opposes moving forward, but I would suggest we take up the motion in front of us here, if someone would be willing to make that, and determine a date certain for when those regulations would need to be put in place. The current date for which the summer flounder fishery will open in New Jersey, based on the presentation by Tom earlier, is May 25th. So with that said, I'll look to the board, any board members. What's the pleasure of the board at this time?
Yeah, this is Tom Fody. I was really disappointed that we couldn't get a second for a motion just to have a discussion on the motion, the original motion that Tom Baum made. I mean, we have done that over the years for every state that's asked for a thing before we vote them out on the non-compliance and everything else. The police have a sounding on the motion. I had things I wanted to say. So did Adam. Probably had things he wanted to say. I'm not with Adam right now. But we're disappointed that we couldn't put some of the facts, like the fact of circle hooks and striped bass made a big difference in hook release mortality. That's what we basically started doing with an education process. That's the same thing we're proposing with summer flounder, which will have a big reward up and down the coast. But at least have the right for the transparency to at least have a real motion with a discussion on it. We did not. And the same thing is going to happen here. We're going to make a motion that's going to go to a board, which is a facts thing. It doesn't mean three commissioners on sitting face-to-face to discuss it. This is not how the procedure you want to work on non-compliance. It's an important message, and unlike a lot of other non-compliance that went over the years, where states are going to be fast to move into place, this is not going to be the same way. So I really think you may better do it in an orderly, proper fashion, and a transparent fashion at a full commission meeting where we can actually sit in face-to-face, and a full policy meeting where we're sitting face-to-face. Otherwise, I think you're defeating what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Ballou.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, I'm going to move this along. I mean, I could certainly respond. I think a number of us would be inclined to respond as well to some of the comments that have been made, but I sort of feel like we've reached the point at this late stage in the process where it's time to just move this along. So I would move adoption of the motion currently on the board using the inserting the date May 25.
Okay, so
eventually, Mike, I'll need somebody to read it into the record if they could.
I'll wait. Okay. Okay, so Bob Ballou made the motion. I'll ultimately read it before we vote, Tony, if that's okay.
I'll second the motion.
And David Pierce seconds the motion. Do you want me to read it now and then again before we vote, or so everyone can hear it that can't see it? It's probably best.
Just one time is fine, Mike.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read the motion. For those of you who can't see it, you can hear it. Move the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Board recommend to the ISFMP Policy Board that the State of New Jersey be found out of compliance for not fully and effectively implementing and enforcing Addendum 28 to the Summer Flounder, Scup, Black Sea Bass Fishery Management Plan if the state does not implement the following measures by May 25, 2017. Shore mode for Island Beach State Park only, 17-inch minimum size limit, 2 possession limit, and 128-day open season. Delaware Bay only, west of the coal regs line, 18-inch minimum size limit, 3 fish possession limit, and 128-day open season. All other marine waters east of the coal regs line, 19-inch minimum size limit, 3 fish possession limit, and 128-day open season. The implementation of these regulations is necessary to achieve the conservation goals and objectives of the FMP to end overfishing of the summer flounder stock. In order to come back into compliance, the State of New Jersey must implement all of the measures listed above as contained in Addendum 28 to the Summer Flounder FMP. Is there any discussion on the motion? Any board members want to make any comment or have any discussion on the motion in front of us?
We have Roy Miller.
Go ahead, Roy.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick statement that none of the board members, I suspect, want to take action to declare New Jersey out of compliance. I would have much preferred New Jersey to come in with a modified proposal after having received the technical committee review. And what I'm thinking, although it may be expensive and may be difficult to do, if they had proposed some sort of quantification of their catch and release mortality as an experiment and have their measures in place for a year pending an evaluation of the catch and release mortality program. Something, anything that we could have sunk our teeth into to throw them a break on this matter. But unfortunately, I see our hands being tied by our own procedures here, and to not proceed as the motion suggests, I think undermines the commission process. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Roy. I think a lot of people feel the same way that you do, but I'll look to any other members for any other thoughts or comments.
We have 2 other commissioners that have their hands raised so far, and that first is Adam, and then second followed up with Rob.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
Thank you very much. So this motion includes here the implementation of these regulations is necessary to achieve the conservation goals and objectives of the FMP. So I understand that those goals and objectives are pretty old. We're going through a process of trying to update them, but they still stand. They stand as reduce fishing mortality in the summer flounder fishery to assure overfishing doesn't occur. Number 2 is reduce fishing mortality on immature summer flounder. And number 3 is improve the yield from the fishery. When we look at those first 3 objectives, I won't read the other 3, going to 19 inches in New Jersey, we are going to have more mortality in discards than we are landings. That is directly opposed to reducing fishing mortality. We are going to be targeting large females. That is directly opposed to promoting spawning stock biomass. We are going to have vessels out of business, less bait and tackle stores, marinas. We are going to have less landings, overall less anglers, certainly not something that supports yield from the fishery. I understand the last motion's already gone through without a second. I shared Tom's comments earlier about not having the ability to have some comment. I understand the technical issues we've gone through, appreciate the TC's work on this, but at this point in time, we're not really having a discussion about technical merits. We're really having discussion about what we do as a board, the message we want to send as a commission about our commitment to preserving fisheries. And the message we're sending today is that we promote killing more fish through discards than landings. That's our message. Should come as no surprise that I won't be in favor of the motion here, and I certainly hope we can find a different way to do business in recreational fisheries in the very near future, because this clearly is not working.
Thanks, Adam. Robert Riley?
Yes, thank you, Mike. And I did second the motion at the board meeting, and at that time, there was concern over timing on two things. There was concern that the technical committee could look at any proposal in a timely manner. There was also a concern about the New Jersey ability to implement the fishery and the timeliness of that. So at that time, I did think that whatever New Jersey brought forward would be something that was equivalent to the Addendum 28, to Option 5. It does not seem that that turned out that way. That's why I didn't second anything today. I mean, it would have been fine if someone else would have. I'm very mindful of two things. New Jersey is about 38 to 40% of the RHL we're looking at is one thing, and so the system we're in with Option 5 is that anything short and comparably short to the other states does pose a risk to the stock. I have been talking about the problem with the stock decline since 2013 when the discussions were going on going to regional, and that hasn't changed. We are pushing towards not all the fishermen's fault, that's obvious, but we're pushing towards a situation with the stock which we really don't want to do, and maybe it can't be stopped, I don't know, but so please understand that there's a big difference between being equivalent to Addendum 28, Option 5, with the type of proposal that came in. I think the technical committee miraculously did work hard on this. Matter of fact, they've been working hard for months, unlike anything I've ever seen from a technical committee before. So there's my reason why I didn't second it today, and thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Anyone else want to speak to the motion in front of us?
Yeah, Tom Baum here. I'll speak in opposed to the motion, obviously. You know, here's a motion. I don't see, you know, those measures. It doesn't include any conservation equivalency options in it. This motion on the table. The original motion did allow for conservation equivalency. New Jersey's proposal was conservation equivalent until the idea of including out-of-season discards came in. You know, this idea of out-of-season discards. All right, September 5th comes, and the season is closed. And in the past, when we've had a 101-day season, which was our shortest season, and the summer flounder season ended, people went and fished for black sea bass. That's not an option. Our businesses, our fishing industry is going to go out of business across the coast, across New Jersey's coastline. If they can market smooth dogfish, window pane flounder, or sea robins, they might have some hope. But I don't see that happening. I don't see in the MREP data any of those species that are primary targets for anglers. So the system is broken. The methodology needs to be rehashed. We're trying to do that with our proposal. And for all that, I oppose the motion. I would move to substitute the motion or amend the motion to implement those measures or something conservationally equivalent. I'd like to move that, and I do that now, and I would ask for a second.
Tom, you're suggesting in the first paragraph you would move to amend so that it would state, if the state does not implement the following measures or conservationally equivalent measures by May 25th, 2017?
That was my intent.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend. Do I have a second on that motion to amend? Tom, maybe the way that I would see that, I guess, just so everyone's clear, this would be a very similar. This would be very similar to the motion we took at the spring meeting, and therefore conservation equivalency would need to be determined by the technical committee. Is that how you would? Is that your process moving forward? So if another proposal was put forth, that there would be another technical committee review and or a modification to your current proposal to achieve conservation equivalency through support of the TC and additional board consideration?
You know, timing is everything. That's been mentioned. Timing is a problem. I don't see. We've utilized the TC's time and this board's time. I would have liked to include using these conservation equivalent measures that include, you know, accounting for total harvest mortality, and that would be my amendment. And I'm not going to include all the other caveats that you've mentioned.
Okay. So we have a motion to include the conservation, the equivalent measures. Do I have a second on that motion?
Mike?
Yeah.
Mike, this is Tony. I'm just not clear what his motion is. Is it move to amend to include conservation equivalent measures, period, or is there more words after that?
I think it's a period after measures.
Okay, but actually, I wanted to include conservation. It says or. Okay, to include conservation equivalent measures that account for total harvest mortality, total harvest removals, I'll say.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
This is Roy.
Go ahead, Roy.
I'm trying to determine from Tom's amended motion here, are we only talking about the conservation equivalency measures we've seen thus far, or does he have something else he's thinking of?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mike, are you waiting for me?
either you or I can speak to how I'm interpreting what it is you're saying. But if you'd like to, go ahead.
I'll say no. We won't have any others.
So Roy, the way I understand this is that New Jersey's, or Tom is trying to amend the motion to include the alternative methodology for total harvest removals, which was presented in the proposal and was not approved by the TC. I think that there's some challenge here in that if these measures, conservation equivalency would need some form of an approval. We have to go back through the process of a TC review and probably another board call to consider adjustments. Now, Tom, what I would say is that based on the standard methodologies accounted for the percentages that the TC was able to calculate, that's in the FMP and it's the standard practices that we use for conservation equivalency, I could see, we have in the past as a board, we've approved the methodologies, and as long as the state follows those methodologies, which are standardized, and reductions are calculated, then, you know, they're basically considered approved. But I just don't know how you expect us as a board to, I mean, who determines that equivalency? Who determines conservation equivalency? That's the question I have. That's the concern I have in this motion. But I guess before we talk about this any further, we should all be clear in what this means. But I do need to ask for a second. Is there anyone that would like to second the motion so we can have the discussion on what conservation equivalency, how it would be determined, and what aspects of conservation equivalency could be considered?
I'm going to second it, Rob O'Reilly, because we can have that discussion. I think this is awfully awkward, the whole process, and I think New Jersey's in an awkward situation. We're all there, too, so I hope we can have that discussion.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend. I think what we need to understand here, and I'm going to turn to the maker of the motion to explain justification for this. I want to understand, before we call the question on this, what process would we determine, how is conservation equivalency going to be measured? And are you planning to include those total harvest removal measures that the technical committee just reported to us, that there was a lot of uncertainty in their minds around that? So if you can explain, Tom, what this means as far as the forward from here, that would be great.
Mike, this is Bob Beal, if I could jump in real quick. We're having an offline discussion here at staff. I think if you guys can see the screen, we've highlighted the word harvest. So total harvest removals, the way it's worded now, that's what we do now. In other words, we count total harvest against the RHL. I think where Tom is trying to go is really just total removals, which is the total fish harvested as well as the dead discards. And New Jersey's indicating that their proposal will reduce harvest as well as reduce dead discards. And when you add those two together, that's where they achieve their total savings. So I think the word harvest actually should be removed from the motion to say just total removals.
And that's based, so you're suggesting that based on New Jersey's current proposal. And I kind of see the proposal in two parts. There's the standard methodology, and then there's the media blitz. There's the other outreach and education side to the proposal. By taking out harvest removals, you're saying that it includes both components of their original proposal.
That's my understanding of where Tom's trying to go with this motion. And again, I don't want to put words in Tom's mouth. It's just the way it's worded right now with harvest removals, that's essentially what we do, and compare that to the RHL, sort of the standard methodology without the medium blitz part of it.
This is Tom Baum. In the past, out-of-season discards were never considered and now they are. Before out-of-season discards were considered in this proposal, the measures were conservation equivalent. But with that said, I am going to withdraw the motion to expedite this process.
Okay. Do I need to get a approval on that by Bob, by Robert? Or?
Yeah, once the motion received a second, it became the property of the board, and if the board's comfortable withdrawing it, then you're all set.
Is there any opposition to removing the amended motion by the board? Okay, hearing none, the motion's withdrawn. Back to the main motion.
Tom, this is Tom Fody. Can I say one other thing? Because people said, you know, it does, when the technical committee used the new data, it came down to 21%. But when we used the existing data, which everybody did under Amendment 5, it basically was at 24%. So understand, by 4 months before we had the technical committee meeting, we thought that we would have the full 30%. But when we lost 3% there, that was when you basically, and if we had done this 3 weeks ago, we wouldn't have had the information, so it would have been based on that information. And that's when we put this proposal together. So we weren't trying to get away from anybody. We were looking at the figures that we had, the catch data that we had, and that's why we came up with 24%. If you hadn't changed it by the new information and treated us different than everybody else was treated, it would have been okay.
I appreciate that, Tom. And, you know, I think the challenge here is that in the proposal that was presented both back at the spring meeting and then again today and reviewed by the TC, there were methodologies in that proposal that were not standard methodologies that have been used before by states and reviewed by the technical committee. And the sense that I got was, while the technical committee appreciated the efforts that went into those non-standard methodologies, there just needs to be more work done in order to reduce uncertainty around how that all works. And I think the timing of all of this has been to the detriment of this process, and the fact that MRIP estimates weren't available until right before the meeting. There's a number of things that happened throughout this spring, late winter and into the spring, that, you know, had the proposal been presented much sooner, there may have been more time to work on it. But we're at the point where we are today. We do have a motion in front of us. We are 10 minutes over our allotted time for this board meeting, and I don't want to. We're not going to where we were in the spring. We'll be here till 8 o'clock tonight. So, are there any other comments on the motion?
Mike, Tony's looking to see if there's any hands up.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is David Bush. If I could have just a second.
Go ahead, David.
My window, I'm sure, has passed at this point, but it was just a very brief question directed at the TC. Granted, some of this methodology they use to compute the reductions is non-traditional, it's newer, or whatever. Did the TC have any recommendations based on what they had in front of them? You know, I know they were stressed for time, but did they see any potential path forward with a tweak here or there that may have achieved the reductions necessary?
Actually, we've lost John Maniscalco because he had another conference call to go on. So unless there's another TC member that can respond to that, I don't know if we have an answer for you, David.
No worries.
David, I spoke with my TC rep, and I believe, and I could be corrected, that there was some discussion about tweaking the current proposal in order to achieve, using the standard methodologies, the required reduction. Yet, that while it may have been suggested by either another representative of the TC or another state, obviously we're looking at the same proposal that we were a couple weeks ago. So I think there was some discussion of that. I don't know the details. I wasn't on the call, but that's what I heard from my representative.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Any other hands, Tony, or anyone else have any last comments before we go ahead and call the question?
I believe Adam has his hand up. Is this a new hand up, or is that from before, Adam?
Well, it's the same hand, but a new time.
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you very much. So I just want to add that this has certainly been a long process. Appreciate everyone's time here at this point. I think what we've become at this point is prisoners to a process. I think we looked at what New Jersey's put forward, and we can't find a way to, we're going to go forward with this at this point because we think it's the wrong thing to do, but for the right reasons. I certainly hope that the service can look at this and find a way to do the right thing. I never want to be one to vote against us, at the commission or root in favor of somebody else. But I certainly at this point hope the service can find a way to do the right thing, even if it's somewhat for the wrong reasons, because, again, we've just gone down a road here, killing fish because the process tells us to. So, again, I put my trust in the service to do the right thing moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Okay. So it's time to vote on the. Does any states need a caucus at all? Bob or Tony, in order to cast a vote here, do you think it would be best to do a roll call, or how would you recommend us voting?
Yeah, I think it's easiest just to do a roll call.
Okay, go ahead and call the roll, please.
Thank you. Massachusetts?
Yes.
Rhode Island?
Yes.
Connecticut?
Yes.
New York?
Yes.
New Jersey?
No.
Delaware?
Yes.
Maryland?
Yes.
CRFC?
Yes.
Virginia?
Yes.
North Carolina?
Yes.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service?
Abstain.
National Marine Fisheries Service?
Abstain.
Mike, the vote has 9 in favor, 1 against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay. So that takes us to our other business item on the agenda.
Mike, I think you need to let us know if the motion carries or passes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said the motion carries 9 to 1 to 2.
Thank you.
Okay. So down to other business. Is there any other business to come before the board today? Any other business? Okay. Hearing no other business, I want to thank everyone, especially the TC, for the quick turnaround on the report. Thank all the commissioners for taking time out of your day today to participate on this call. I don't think any of us, I think we'd like to be in a different place, and, there were some comments made about the possibility of trying to find some solutions here. We are where we are right now, and will be taken to the policy board based on the discussion by Bob and Jim and Doug at a time. And Tony and Bob will just look forward to getting correspondence as to how that goes, what you decide ultimately to do. But thank you, everyone. Meeting's adjourned.
Thank you, Mike.